Good morning, everyone. We apologize for the slight delay here, but we are within our time frame. It is Friday, March 7th at 10:39. We're calling the Planning and Development Committee meeting to order. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for being here. We are going to start with some remarks from the chair. I would just say that every committee is a delicate balancing act, and I certainly hope that as we continue to move forward, we continue to negotiate in good faith and work as hard as we can on the bills that we have before the committee. Senator Rahman, any comments this morning?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone, and nice to see you all again. This is our second JF meeting, and looking forward to have a great and smooth JF today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think we all like smooth meetings. Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate very much the great working relationship that we've had and look forward to continuing that and getting work done. And I agree, looking forward to a smooth meeting, and hopefully our meeting will not go as long as the Housing Committee.
God willing and the creek don't rise. Representative Zullo.
Ditto.
And I just want to welcome, before we get started, our University of Hartford students. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. We are one of the wonkier committees, so we apologize. It's probably not terribly exciting, but you'll at least get to see part of the process, and we appreciate having you here. I was just at your great university this week and met the president of the university, and how exciting to have him in place, and y'all are really lucky. So thanks so much. Without further ado, proposed bills to vote to draft. Item number 1, we have proposed bill number 6534, an act concerning appointments to a municipal housing authority. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? Go ahead, Rep. Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly support this getting out of committee today. I think there's just a little more work to be done on it. Well, actually, we need to see full language on it. We just want to make sure that, one, it's not a mandate. 2, we want to respect the delicate balance between, people's charters. Make sure that if a charter is providing something, we either say notwithstanding or we have language respecting that. And 3rd, that we provide for forms of government where the local legislative body is a town meeting. If that's the case, I think we have to be a little bit careful with this. Obviously, support it today to get out of committee, but just hoping that we'll continue to work on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I believe, LCO, please correct me if I'm wrong. We can do a voice vote on this one? Okay, thank you so much. All in favor of proposed bill HB number 6534? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 2, proposed HB number 6812, an act redefining inclusionary zoning, referred over from the Housing Committee to Planning and Development. Do I have a motion to vote to draft? Apologize. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Gucker. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Rep. Zullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly again, I understand that part of the impetus for this is actually to help some towns be able to comply more with the spirit and the functionality of 8-30G. I'm a little bit concerned without having full language, but again, this is a process, and we're trying to get to language that helps our towns and communities. So I'm going to support it today. I know some of my colleagues may not, and because of that, I will request a roll call vote.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to echo what Rep. Zullo said. Understand this is a work in progress, and certainly would like to see where this moves further, and just want to caution that relative to anything that might pertain or not to eminent domain, really, I'm not a big fan of eminent domain, so I always flag if there's any concern at all. But I do agree that with my colleague to see what we can do to move this forward to draft and then see really what the wording is and delve into it. So thank you.
Thank you. I will say, having talked to the proponents of the bill, my understanding is that this is not related to eminent domain, but I certainly think that if we need to clarify that as it is being drafted, that certainly would be a really helpful thing. Any further discussion? Representative Nicky? Okay. Seeing none at this time, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote on proposed House Bill number 6812, an act redefining inclusionary zoning. Senator Rahman.
Yes.
Representative Cavros-DeGraw.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Rep. Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes yes.
Representative Chafee.
Senator Needleman,
Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Delnicki, Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Senator Fonfara, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes, Senator Honig,
Yes.
Senator Wong, Representative Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Lamar, Representative Rader, Representative Santinella, Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no to flag.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our next section, bills for final action. I'm going to start with our consent calendar first. I think that will probably be the easiest. So if we have Senate Bill number 1315, that's number 2, an act authorizing municipalities to enforce certain blight regulations without providing notice or an opportunity to remediate. Item number 3, number 1316, an act reducing interest due on certain delinquent municipal property taxes. Number 4, Senate Bill number 1317, an act concerning liens for violations of the housing code or public place ordinances. House Bill number 6958, which is number 5, an act making certain terms in electronic book and digital audiobook license agreements or contracts unenforceable. Number 6, HB number 6960, an act establishing a public infrastructure grant program for certain municipalities. Number 7, we're actually skipping today. It would have gone on consent, but we realized we have a little bit of a language issue, so we'll come back to that. Number 11, HB number 6995, an act concerning the charter of the Metropolitan District of Hartford County. Number 12, House Bill number 7000, an act implementing the recommendations of the Office of Policy and Management concerning the State Plan of Conservation and Development and priority funding areas. That one wins for the longest title, I think, this year. Number 13, House Bill number 7002, an act concerning solar installations in certain common interest ownership communities. Number 16, Senate Bill number 1343, an act concerning the recommendations of the Intergovernmental Policy and Planning Division within the Office of Policy and Management. Number 17, Senate Bill number 1183, an act concerning personal property tax exemptions for motor vehicles used exclusively for farming. That is going to be a JF to Finance. Senate Bill number 1185, an act increasing the penalty for the violation of certain municipal regulations and ordinances. That's number 18. Number 19, Senate Bill number 1186, an act concerning the Regional Planning Incentive Account Distribution Formula. That's also on consent. That's a JF. Senate Bill number 1188, that's number 20, an act establishing a property tax exemption for property located on certain Indian lands. That is a JF. And do I have a motion to move our consent calendar? Although I have to pause because I think I messed up with LCO. Failed to add some of our LCO numbers, so I'm just going to go back and not read the entire title, but let you know which numbers. So on number 2, that is a JFS. That LCO number is 5680. On number 3, that is a JF. On number 4, that is a JFS LCO 5823. On number 5, that is a JF. On number 6, that is a JF. Just confirming that I got all of these. Number 7 is a JF.
we're skipping 7.
I'm sorry,
Madam
skipping
Chair.
7. My apologies. Forgot about it. Too many pieces of paper I'm working off of over here. Number 11 is a JF. Number 12 is a JF. 13, I'm just trying to make sure these are all on consent. 13 is a JF. We're skipping 14, 15. 16 is a JFS LCO number 5968. 17 JF to Finance, 18 JF to Judiciary, 19 JF, 20 JF, and hopefully that is all of them. Okay, do I have a motion? Thank you, Senator Gordon made the motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Senator Rahman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate it. I see that we have the huge, long list for on consent calendar. I am voted yes on consent calendar, all those bill, but I am not sure all the bill in on consent calendar I will bring to the debate to the Senate floor. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I would also say that we do need to do this by roll call because they are JF or JFS bills. So is there any further discussion? Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the consent calendar, though there is one item that I have a little bit of issue. I think we talked about in caucus, but I will support it today to get it out of committee. And that would be item number 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative Gucker. Any further discussion? Representative Zullo.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say 2 things. First, I think that the size of the consent calendar speaks to the, the continued bipartisanship on this committee. The fact that we're able to get to yes on so many of these, even if we don't all agree with every single one of them, there's a willingness to continue the conversation on them in the spirit of moving these forward and continuing to work on them. So I do very much appreciate that and the partnership with the leaders. Secondarily, I just want to point out that so many of these bills, for example, item number 2 with the blight liens, or item 3 with the delinquent municipal taxes. This is about putting more tools in town's tool belts, right, to deal with quality of life issues. It's about protecting residents, protecting consumers. The library book bill, again, protecting some of our taxpayers. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So a lot of great things on this consent calendar. Very proud to support it and continue these conversations, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with what Rep. Zullo said. There's a lot on the consent calendar, which does show, again, what we're doing, working together, trying to get good things done. I won't go through every single item, but there are a number of things in here that are good for municipalities, good for people in the towns and cities, and I'm glad to see that we can all come to agreement, work out whatever needs to be worked out, not have to hash it out here in the committee for hours, and we can get these onto consent, move them forward, and try to get them through the House and the Senate. So I appreciate the bipartisan effort, and thank you to the chairs for continuing in that spirit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey, any further discussion? Seeing none at this time, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on consent calendar containing items 1315, 1316, 1317, 6958, 6960, 6995, 7000, 7002, 1343, 1183, 1185, 1186, and 1188. Senator Rahman,
Yes.
Representative Cavros DeGraw,
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Rep. Zullo,
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Representative Chafee.
Chafee votes yes.
Sorry, can you just say it again so I can see you?
Yes, Representative Chafee votes yes.
Okay. Senator Needleman, Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Delnicki, Representative Dubitsky,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Senator Fonfara, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes, Senator Honig,
Yes.
Senator Huang, Representative Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Lamar, Representative Rader, Representative Santinella, Representative Winter, Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you so much.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to point out that because we do have students in the room today, a lot of us do have secondary jobs to doing this. And as, for instance, our Vice Chairman Chafee, who was unfortunately on the screen, actually is out there on the lines. You may have noticed it's very windy today. He's making sure that if power lines are down or there are trees falling over, that he's taking care to make sure that people have their power up today. So we all have varying different jobs outside of here, but that's just one of the ones happening today. So we will go back for the bills that require a little bit more discussion. discussion. We'll start with number 1, Senate Bill number 1313, an act increasing housing development within 1/2 mile of public transit stations. This is a JF to the floor. And do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? Second. Discussion. Who would like to begin? Okay, Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few brief comments. I don't need to belabor stuff on the bill. I'm not in support of it, given mandates on municipalities, which I don't tend to support. I tend to favor local decision-making by people in their own towns who know their towns. Not so much a question, but one comment I do want to add is I just have a concern that if this bill were to go through, just not out of committee, but go through the legislature, and then we have another bill dealing with transit-oriented communities and developments, and if that were to go through, how things might conflict. Because I see some conflicting provisions between the two, so I just wanted to flag that so folks are aware. But otherwise, I don't have anything else further to say, but I will vote no on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another iteration of the public transit affordable housing zoning concept. We've been seeing these for years now, and I like to think I've had some small part in preventing them from getting through. We have bills that attack a perceived problem from virtually every angle. We've got the bills that attack the zoning. We've got bills that mandate that zoning regulations not consider parking in developments. We've got bills that change the septic requirements. We've got bills that change the appeal requirements. There are bills that attack every aspect of land use in the towns in the state. And they all do so without apparent consideration as to how these changes, which are sweeping changes that would affect every one of the 169 different municipalities, how those changes would affect the smaller communities. Now, in the public hearings, most of the people who testified on behalf of a lot of these bills are from the cities or are from the larger suburbs. And perhaps these bills would be appropriate in those places. But there isn't any consideration in any of these bills of how these changes would affect a town of 800 residents. Towns with very narrow dirt roads, towns with no water or sewer service, towns without any police service, towns without any social services. There is no consideration in these bills of how those towns would be affected. It really is as if there was a decision made that we need to move some of the low-income people out of the cities, out into the hinterlands, and we're going to do it one way or the other. Now, we had a couple of years ago, the mayors of the major cities in Connecticut testify at our public hearings. And although we were hearing from all sorts of people that building affordable housing all over the state is going to increase economic development and raise everybody's incomes and generate all these new businesses, the mayors of the big cities, under questioning, admitted low-income housing is a burden on the cities, and they're trying to push it out into the suburbs. There's a lot of press about that, a lot of infighting between the cities and the towns because of that. Well, we kind of lost that this year. We don't have that in the press anymore, but it's still the case. The cities are still trying to essentially offload low-income housing into the suburbs. Well, some of the suburbs can easily absorb it. If you've got a town that has 32-foot wide streets with parking on both sides, and you can still pass 2 trucks in between, well, perhaps you don't need off-street parking. Hartford decided that they weren't going to have off-street parking requirements in their zoning regulations, so they eliminated it. Great. That's fantastic. You see how wide the streets are in Hartford? Imagine if you've got a 10-foot wide dirt road that connects 2 wooded areas, and in the middle is some privately owned land, and the guy who owns that land decides to build an apartment complex with no off-street parking. That is not going to work. Now, the people who were supporting this, who testified at the public hearing, said, well, the developer, we'll rely on the developer not to do that. Well, why would we rely on the developer not to do that? What's going to happen? The developer is going to do it and then require the town to go in and grade, widen, and pave that road wide enough so people can park on both sides of the road. Many of the small towns simply cannot afford to do that. It is an extreme burden on these towns. Connecticut is very unique. It's one of the few states in the nation that doesn't have county government. We have 169 different municipalities, each one with its own way of doing things, its own government, its own set of regulations. That's what gives Connecticut our charm, our diversity. And for some unknown reason, the word character has been associated with racism, which is ridiculous in my view. So you're not supposed to say that towns have character anymore, because that somehow makes you a racist. Well, I'm sorry, I am old-fashioned. I use the English the way I learned it in grammar school, and character is not a racist term. And it doesn't imply any racism. And yes, each of our towns has character. Wethersfield, historic old Wethersfield, is a lot different than Hartford, or East Hartford, or West Hartford. They each have their own character, their own feel. their own way of doing things, their own zoning regulations. Avon is different than Glastonbury. My little town of Chaplin is very different than Willimantic, which is right down the street. We do things differently, and people have a choice of where they can live. And bills like this try to impose a overall burden on every town in the same way. In a state like Connecticut, it just doesn't work. I used to live in New York City. Below Canal Street, all the roads are narrow, twisty, windy roads. Above Canal Street, they're all perfectly straight. It's a grid all the way up to Washington Heights. It's a grid. You got avenues going north and south, and you've got streets going east and west. It's completely planned. Below Canal Street is where the city grew organically before the central planning. Below Canal Street is where all the character is. Above Canal Street, it's just a grid. It's all the same. In fact, if there's Edgar Allan Poe used to live in northern Manhattan before they cut those grids. And he wrote about how all those unique, wonderful neighborhoods with character were all being destroyed because the central planners had decided that they were putting in this grid. I mean, you go and see photographs of it. They just cut these roads right through everything. They just mowed down everything and cut down and cut the roads for the grid. You know, New York is a very vibrant place, but it's pretty much all the same from Canal Street up. I don't want to see that same thing happen to Connecticut. Connecticut is so unique with such diversity. It's got big cities, it's got medium-sized suburban areas, it's got small rural farming towns. When we start imposing these top-down universal mandates that every town has to act the same way in their land use and has to have the same things, we're destroying the uniqueness, the character, and the diversity of our own state. Now, I represent the same number of people as every other state representative in this state, about 24,000, 25,000 people. In my case, because I represent very small towns, I have to represent 8 of them in order to get enough people into the district. Well, I've been asking the people of my 8 towns what they think about these mandates that have been popping up in the legislature for the last few years. They literally feel like they're under attack. They feel like their way of life is being attacked and that they are being denigrated for no reason, simply because they live in a rural farming community. And they ask me, well, why do we have to do the same things that they do in Hartford? We don't have buses. We don't have transportation. We don't have sewers and police and social services. We don't get the same benefits from the tax money that we spend as they do in the cities. Why would we want to become Hartford? The people in East Hartford don't want huge areas of their town knocked down to put in cornfields. Well, people in my town don't want the cornfields knocked down to build apartment complexes. That's why we have different towns that are different. And all these bills attacking zoning and land use from all different angles are being presented without even asking the different towns how they would be affected. With all these bills that have come in, including this one, over the last 5 or 6 years, I don't think anybody's ever come to me and said, what's your alternative? How would you go about increasing affordable housing in this state? Nobody's ever asked. Nobody has, there have been committees, there have been working groups, but they've all been with a predetermined outcome. They've all been given a charge not to go find out how to increase housing without screwing up the towns and without screwing up the rest of the state. They've all been given a charge of things like, tell us how many affordable housing units every town needs to build. That's no way to gather information. That's no way to educate ourselves on effectively increasing affordable housing in this state. When I lived in New York, I remember there were some pretty rough neighborhoods. Some of the projects in New York when I was living there were pretty bad. When you hear the word projects, what comes to mind? They were government projects. They were developed by the city or the state without regard to how they were going to help the people of that area. And you hear about them all over the country. They've had to knock many of them down and essentially privatize the remaining areas because those well-meaning but poorly thought out government projects turned into hellholes. And if we don't talk to the people that we are imposing these mandates on, we are going to really destroy something that is unique. We're going to destroy something that we all love, which is our diverse, unique way of life in Connecticut. So You know, and I would ask, you know, if there really is such a great need for affordable housing in all the towns, well, what have our legislators done to increase affordable housing in their towns? I'll tell you what I did. I saw an issue in my town, and I joined the Planning and Zoning Commission. In fact, I became the chair. And while I was a chair, we moved through a regulation change that allowed for accessory apartments as of right on every lot that was big enough. We weren't mandated by the state to do that. We decided this is right for our town. This is a way that we, as a town, can make it easier for people to have affordable housing in our town. They can be attached to the main house or they can be separate. They can be a freestanding building. They can be newly built or they can be a converted barn or garage or whatever. As of right, you want to put one in, knock yourself out. Well, what have other people done in their towns? We had people testify on these bills, and I asked some of them, okay, you live in West Hartford. What have you done in West Hartford to increase affordable housing if that's what you think is necessary? I didn't hear anybody say that they did anything to increase affordable housing in their town. They want to come here and get us to force everybody in every town to do what we think is right, as opposed to asking the people of each town how they can do it. I think that's wrong. I think the people of each town have elected representatives, have elected selectmen or mayors. They have a town council, you know, whatever form of government they have. Many of the towns have elected zoning commissioners. Some are appointed, but they're appointed by elected representatives, elected mayor, elected council. You know, think about what you can do in your town. You don't want me to decide what's going to happen in your town. You should decide. Well, I don't want you to decide what's going to happen in my town either. That's why we have town government. And bills like this that impose a one-size-fits-all so-called solution on every town, regardless of circumstances, regardless of services, regardless of geography, it's just the wrong way to go. And for that reason, I will be opposing this bill and any other bill that forces towns to follow a specific way of increasing affordable housing without giving them the ability to make their own decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I thought Rep. Zawskowski had her hand up, but I think she's put it down since then.
Not necessary, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I will say, just as an FYI, parking in lines 17 and 20 of the current bill, there are parking requirements. And I'd also point out, just for the audience at home, because we heard a discussion of the word character, that was actually removed from our statutes in 2021 to focus more on physical characteristics of projects as opposed to character. Any further discussion? Representative Cocker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as somebody who represents one of the 7th largest city in the state, but also represents a vast, I should say, diversity as far as zoning. I have people that are farmers. I have people that are in public housing. I have people who are rural, and I have people who are city. I know in the city of Danbury, we are struggling with affordability issues. We are one of the few towns that is actually compliant with 830G. And sadly, many of our surrounding communities are not. And what happens is with dealing with 830G, a lot of the suburban communities around us, because they cannot meet the infrastructure requirements that is necessary for putting in affordable housing projects, and I use the word project loosely because when we talk about affordability, we don't talk about slum housing, we don't talk about low rent, we talk about what is affordable, things that are affordable for teachers and firefighters and police officers. We talk about things that enable those who serve in our communities to reside and live in the communities that they serve. And we found many times that with regards to first responders, if they are able to, if they are able to live in the communities that they serve, they have, I hate to say more of a vested interest, but they have more of a impact in that community of knowing more about what's going on, knowing about what the neighbors, the requirements, and other things are. As a technical freshman, again, I have served on this committee for 4 years. I remember when we talked about making accessory apartments as of right, and I had issues with it, but I supported it because it had an opt-out clause. Because though we write legislation that affects 169 communities, we understand that some communities are in support and need such legislation when others cannot. And I know in my community, we opted out because we are already doing many of those things. Also, given the density of some of the properties, the accessory housing was a bit of an issue as far as being able to make it work in our community. I myself do have some issues with this bill. I had issues with it 4 years ago, 3 years ago, when we've discussed this, and I've made those known. But I also do know that as somebody who has stood up in front of our elected zoning board on numerous occasions, in fact, it's that advocacy of standing up in front of those zoning boards that the residents of my community asked me to run for this office, thinking that we could do more. So I am very versed in how zoning works. I'm very versed on how the impacts of affordability works. And though I do have some issues with this bill, it is my hope that as we move forward that maybe we can correct or fix some of the concerns that I have made known in the past as to this, because again, one size does not fit all, but at least we need to start having those discussions. I think a big part of it would be is to get towns compliant with 830G as one of the communities that's population is exploding. One of the communities that we need to build more schools because our population is exploding when other communities are shrinking. It comes down to affordability. When I watch during COVID, the average residential house that before COVID was say $200,000-$300,000 is now over $500,000-$600,000. What do we say to those individuals who would like to live in the community that they grew up in and worked in, that they no longer can afford to do so? So let's be careful when we say affordability and we try to tie that into undesirable development, but actually affordability to be able to allow, again, those individuals who live, serve, have grown up in a community to be able to still reside there. So even though I myself have some issues with this bill, I will support it to get it out of this committee, because we all know how the sausage is made. There's a lot that happens between us getting it out of committee and what actually winds up on the floor for a vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate it. I just want to echo my colleagues about this bill. Yeah, all the idea coming, like I said earlier, not every single idea going to become a law, but we must listen and hear from our constituent and move forward with what we have. This is our leader bill, and I like the bill. I like this bill because a transit oriented is big problem for us. It's tied up with our economy. People have job. They can find housing close by, walking distance, or a transit-oriented area. So this bill, I think, will help them if this bill go through. With that, also, I want to mention some stuff is like, I'm immigrant. Obviously, you can tell, thick accent. I'm little guy, but I'm in here. I think I'm doing great. Uh, I came in here with $200 backpack. I mentioned number of time. Created thousands of jobs before COVID-19. 9,000 jobs I created across the state, and 17 nonprofit organizations I serve, nationwide, worldwide. Build my own nonprofit organization, created community center, thousands of people benefiting every week, serving the community across the state, and own and operated a number of businesses and corporations. This is the beauty of democracy. This is the beauty of America. This is the beauty of immigrant. They coming in here, they learned, they earned, and they are backbone of our economy. And the building, like me, 9,000 jobs, and non-profit community centers, so many things. But one thing I remember, my mom, the early stage when I came, says, "Yeah, it may be hard to learn by speaking, listening other people." She said, "Listen, very important. You need to know this. Uh, like I have two superstars, one on my right, one on my left, Dr. and Senator Gordon, and my co-chair. Sometimes we joke, I try to teach them any other language. I think they said it's very hard to learn that. But someone have the thick accent. Another word, they knows so many other languages. Some people criticize people, they don't. And that's the thing we need to recognize. So, and respect, dignity, principle, this make us the better person and better legislator. Serving bipartisan, I agree with my colleague Rep. Julos. We work last 2 years bipartisan base. A lot of bill we passes, together with our co-chair. And now this year also working closely with Senator Gordon, my ranking. I really appreciate it. All hard work you're doing together, teamwork. And not just as a legislator, as a community member, as a citizens, as friends, business owners, non-profit founders, fathers, we must continue focus on supporting our community, but we have to do together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Seeing none at this time, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote on Senate Bill number 1313, an act increasing housing development within 1/2 mile of public transit stations. Senator Rahman.
Yes.
Representative Kavros DeGraw.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
No.
Representative Zullo.
Rep. Zullo votes no.
Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee.
to navigate.
If you're not voting, please mute because it makes it
Just
harder to
some-
hear the other people voting. Thank you.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Senator Needleman, Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Delnicki, Representative Dubitsky,
No.
Senator Fazio,
No.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes, Senator Honig,
Yes.
Senator Huang,
Senator Huang votes no.
Representative Lamarck Muir, Senator McCrory, Representative Lamar,
Lamar votes yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Santinella, Representative Winter, Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a reminder that we will keep votes open today until 3 p.m. and that's in 2100 or on Zoom, 3 p.m. today. Next up, we have number 9, Senate Bill number 1341, an act concerning local government. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is one of a number of bills on our agenda today, which is commonly known as a dummy bill. Dummy bill, for those who don't know, is a bill with no substance to it. It's got a name, it's got a number, but it doesn't do anything. It's essentially got no real language to it. And these dummy bills are used by both sides of the aisle to essentially circumvent the public hearing process. Because this bill with no language in it, no substantive language in it, went through a public hearing. And if it's used for its intended purpose, after the public hearing process is over and after the public no longer has any ability to influence the language in the bill, all the language will be stripped out, an entirely different bill will be inserted into it. And then that bill will go up for a vote without ever having a legitimate public hearing and legitimate scrutiny. And there are a number of those bills on this agenda. And I don't think that dummy bills should be used. They're also called placeholder bills. And both sides of the aisle do it. And I think it's wrong no matter who uses them. So I will be voting against this bill and the other dummy bills as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote on Senate Bill number 1341, an act concerning local government. Senator Rahman,
Yes.
Representative Pavros DeGraw.
Yes.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Representative Chafee, Senator Needleman, Representative Baker, Representative Delnicki, Representative Dubitsky,
No.
Senator Fazio,
No.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes, Senator Honig,
Yes.
Senator Wong, Representative Lamarck Muir, Senator McCrory, Representative Lamar,
Lamar votes yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Santinella, Representative Winter, Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 10, Senate Bill. Oh,
Representative Chafee has his hand up.
oh, I'm so sorry, Representative Chafee.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Okay, now you're going too far with the vest on and everything. Up next, we have number 10,
First.
Senate Bill number 1342, an act concerning municipal agencies. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is also a dummy bill for the same reasons I opposed Senate Bill 1341. I oppose Senate Bill 1342.
Thank you. I will say, we did not use our Senate bills, our placeholder bills last year, also known as dummy bills, and I'm hoping that we will not have to do that again this year, but sometimes things come up like they did in 2023 when we needed to help out a colleague on the committee. That's the only sort of, thankfully, it was something that had, I'm trying to remember now actually if it had a public hearing, but we will do our best not to use them. Madam Clerk, I don't see any further discussion. Would you please?
Fazio.
Oh, sorry, Senator Fazio, I missed you. There you go.
All good. I just want to clarify that I'm voting no to flag. It'll because it is an empty vessel bill. That's the politically correct term, I think. I'm just voting no to flag. Thank you.
I'm just not sure dummy is actually in statute anywhere, but I believe placeholder might be. I think we don't have any further discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on Senate Bill number 1342, an act concerning municipal agencies, and the motion is to JF. Senator Rahman.
Yes.
Representative Kavros DeGraw.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Rep Zulo.
Rep Zulo votes yes.
Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Delnicki.
Yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
No.
Senator Fazio.
No.
Senator Fonfara. Representative Gucker.
Representative Gucker votes yes for the empty vessel bill.
Representative Haynes. Senator Honig.
Yes.
Senator Wong. Representative Lamarck Muir. Senator McCrory. Representative Lamar. Representative Rader.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Santinella. Representative Winter. Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item 14, House Bill number 7003, an act concerning planning and development. Do I have a motion to JF?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is also a dummy bill, an empty vessel bill, a placeholder bill, a ghost bill, whatever kind of bill you want. It is there's nothing in it, and it's only here in order to circumvent the public hearing process. So I am opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all going to do some stand-up after we leave today. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is a roll call vote on House Bill number 7003, an act concerning planning and development. The motion is to JF. Senator Rahman.
Yes.
Representative Kavros DeGraw.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Rep Zulo.
Rep Zulo votes yes.
Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Delnicki. Representative Dubitsky.
No.
Senator Fazio.
No to flag.
Senator Fonfara. Representative Gucker. Representative Haynes. Senator Honig.
Yes.
Senator Wong. Representative Lamarck Muir. Senator McCrory. Representative Lamar.
Lamar votes yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Santinella, Representative Winter, Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I believe it's our last item for today, number 15, House Bill number 7004, an act concerning municipal issues. JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is also a dummy bill, and I would just note that this bill, it essentially starts out notwithstanding the provisions of the general statutes, that's the current language of 7-148CC, and this changes it to notwithstanding any provision of the general statutes. So it's a linguistic change with no substance. If you look at the public hearing testimony on this, there are 8 submissions, written submissions, that essentially say what I say, is that the legislature should not be voting on and passing bills that don't have any substance to them, because they are intentionally opaque to avoid controversial discussions, etc. This isn't how the legislature should be run. We shouldn't be voting on things that we know are not part of our legislative process. So for the reasons I gave before and for the reasons in the public hearing testimony, I will continue to oppose dummy bills until somewhere down the line they get prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dubitsky. I was thinking till the cows come home. That might have been a fun little farm reference. Any provision is apparently in line with the way LCO drafts, but it's conforming technical change just for edification. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call vote on House Bill number 7004, an act concerning municipal issues. The motion is to JF. Senator Drummond.
Yes.
Representative Cavros DeGraw.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Rep. Zulo.
Rep. Zulo votes yes.
Representative Chafee.
Representative Chafee votes yes.
Senator Needleman. Representative Baker.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Delnicki. Representative Dubitsky.
No.
Senator Fazio.
No to flag.
Senator Fonfara. Representative Gucker. Representative Haynes. Senator Honig.
Yes.
Senator Wong. Representative Lamarck Muir. Senator McCrory. Representative Lamar. Representative Rader.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Santinella. Representative Winter. Representative Zawistowski.
Representative Zawistowski votes yes.
Thank you so much to the committee and to Madam Clerk, to our LCOs and all of the folks, assistant clerks, et cetera, that are working so hard on our committee. We really appreciate your help. As a reminder, votes will be held open today until 3 p.m. That's in room 2100 or on Zoom. Rather extensive agenda, but we got through it fairly quickly, and I appreciate the help from our ranking members. With that, we are in recess. Have a pleasant weekend.
Hi, Rep. Chafee, do you have a question?
I believe I missed one vote, but I'm not positive.
Oh, sorry. Say it one more time.
Yeah, I believe I may have missed a vote.
Okay, let me look really quick and see if there's anything you missed. Okay, yes. The consent calendar with Senate Bill 1315, 1316, 1317, 1183, 1185, 1186, 1188, 1343, and then House Bill 6958, 6960, 6995, 7000, and 7002.
Yeah, Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Alrighty, and then okay, also, proposed House Bill number 6812, which is, an act redefining inclusionary zoning. The motion is to vote to draft.
Yeah, Rep. Chafee votes yes.
Alrighty, let me see if there's any. I think those are all. You're all set.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Have a good one. Hello.
I am a yes to every bill on today's agenda. Hannah.
Hi, Rep. Baker.
All right, I couldn't hear, I'm having trouble hearing you when you start. Did you, which one did I miss?
I don't believe you missed any, but
You sure? I think I missed the last one.
okay. I see one. One of them was Senate Bill number 1341, an act concerning local government. Motion to JF.
Representative Baker votes yes.
Alrighty, let's see. The consent calendar you were on. Propose, you were on this one. That's the only, let me just double check. Baker. Nope, you're all set.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry about that. Having trouble hearing me. Next time I'll be louder.
That's okay, thank you.
Hi, Rep Raider.
Hi, Hannah. I can't seem to get my, I don't know, somebody kind of took over the Zoom.
I know. I think accidentally Rep Baker. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
there I am. Okay, let me come
All
back to
right.
video. Did I miss anything? I don't
You
think.
missed. I think you missed a few because we kind of went fast. So let me. This one.
Beginning, I might have. Yeah.
I have you for one of them by Representative Gucker. One was a consent calendar with a bunch of things. Those include Senate Bills 1315, 1316, 1317, 1343, 1183, 1185, 1186, and 1188. Additionally, House Bills 6958, 6960, 6995, 7000, and 7002.
So I'll vote yes for the
Okay.
consent. calendar. Yep.
The next one was proposed House Bill 6812. An act redefining inclusionary zoning. The motion is to vote to draft.
It's a yes.
Alrighty, okay, this one, you're good. Alrighty, that was everything.
You sure? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hannah.
Of course, have a lovely weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Hi, Senator.
Hello, Hannah.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing well. Alrighty, let me grab the votes you might have missed. The first one is on Senate Bill number 1313, enact increasing housing development within 1/2 mile of public transit stations.
I voted on that one. So I
You
think
did. Yep, sorry. So sorry.
I think the only thing I missed was the consent calendar.
Okay.
Did you do a vote tally for that, or was it a verbal vote?
It was a verbal, but I do see another one. Proposed House Bill number 682, enact redefining inclusionary zoning. The motion is a vote to draft. That one I do not have your vote on.
Did anyone vote no on that?
One person did.
Two.
Zawistowski.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm a yes. It's a
Okay.
draft. It's vote to draft. It's fine by me.
Alrighty, let's see. This is the consent calendar. I just want to make sure I have yours. Yeah. Okay, yes. Okay, the consent calendar was on Senate bills 1315, 1316, 1317,
You do not have to read all of those.
Okay, okay.
But was there a roll call on it?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Have a good day.
And is that it? Those
Yeah,
are
that's
all.
everything.
Okay, email me if I missed anything else. If you see that I missed anything else, but
Okay, I think I'm looking at it now and I have all your other votes.
all right. Thanks a lot. Have a
All
good
right,
day.
have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. Of course. Hi, Senator. Oh, I have to admit him. I'm an idiot. Hi, Senator, how are you?
Hi there. I am good. I need to cast some votes, I see.
Yes, alrighty. We'll go through these quickly. The first one is
Bear with me on that, Helen. Go ahead.
okay, yes. The first one is on proposed House Bill 6534. It was a voice vote.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is on proposed House Bill 6812. Let me get my agenda so I can tell you what they're. 6812 is an act redefining inclusionary zoning, and the motion is vote to draft.
Okay. And how were the votes, if I may, of my ranking in both the House and the Senate?
The leadership all voted in favor.
Okay. And
And there
okay.
was only one no.
I'm sensing I know who it is, but have no worry.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. Alrighty. The next one we have is Senate Bill number 1341, an act concerning local government. The motion is to JF.
Okay. And what bill number is it? I'm sorry.
1341, an act concerning local government.
And that was to raise
That was to JF.
1341.
Yes.
One, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Just, I have my notes here and sorry to not.
No, that's okay. Take as much time as you need.
Okay. And both of my rankings supported it, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that'd be good. Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. And moving forward, Senate Bill number 1342, an act concerning municipal agencies. The motion was to JF.
1342.
1342, an act concerning municipal agencies.
Oh, so again, it's a dummy bill and I'm sure I know who voted no, but yes, I'm voting yes along with everybody else.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Of course. Next one, another placeholder, House Bill number 7004, an act concerning municipal issues. The motion is to JF.
And again, only one no vote, right?
There were a couple. There were 3 no's.
Okay, but the leadership all voted yes.
Leadership voted yes.
Yes.
Alrighty. And then 7003, an act concerning planning and development. Motion is to JF.
Again, another placeholder. And I presume the same usual suspects, no, and the leadership voted yes.
Yes, your
you.
assumptions are correct.
Been in this rodeo a couple of times. Yes, for me, ma'am.
And this next one, bills for final action, Senate Bill number 1313, an act increasing housing development within 1/2 mile of public transit stations. The motion was to JF.
I think I voted on that. Oh.
You did. So sorry. You are right. Okay, the last one I have for you is a consent calendar that contains quite a few things. So I can read them aloud.
Please.
Of course. So those include Senate Bills 1315, 1316, 1317, House Bills 6958, 6960, Senate Bill 1, is this in it? sorry, Senate Bill 1343, House Bill
Want
7000,
to say it again? 1343.
1343. Yes. And then,
And
oh, sorry.
yes, I have it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Yes.
and then House Bill 7000 was a part of it.
Yes.
And 7002.
Okay, and
It was a consent calendar.
yep,
Okay.
I'm just reading 7,000 quickly.
Okay.
And what's the title of 7,000 again?
The title of 7000 is an act implementing the recommendations of the Office of Policy and Management concerning the state plan of conservation
Up
and
up to $1 million. That's good. And what's the next one? 1343?
1343. Yes. Yes, that one is I can an act concerning the recommendations of the Intergovernmental Policy and Planning Division with the Office of Policy and Management.
That's fine. So that's the consent.
Yes.
I'm a yes on the consent. One of the questions I had would be, Senate Bill 1188. Was that raised or voted on, or was
Senate Bill 1188. Yes, sorry. So Senate Bills 1343, 1183, 1185, 1186, and 1188 were also part of the consent calendar.
okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, yes. That's all I
Fantastic.
have for you.
All right. That's
Thank you,
all I
Senator.
need,
Have a great
right? Thank
weekend.
you. You
Yep,
too. Thank
that's
you.
all you need.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wait, sorry, Senator Needleman's in the video, in the Zoom, and I was, sorry, I was moving so slow, and I was like, I'm trying to, hi, Senator.
Hi, Anna. I'm so sorry. I was just calling Nate.
Oh yeah, no worries at all. Okay. Couple of things. Let me just already. Our first thing was, well, not necessarily our first thing, but the first thing I have up is Senate Bill number 1313, an act increasing housing development within 1/2 mile of public transit stations. The motion was to JF.
And I'm assuming that did not pass unanimously.
It did not.
So, I haven't looked at that, but I'm a yes on it.
Okay. Alrighty. The next one I have here is proposed.
By the way, with the understanding that I want to see the final version of the bill, because want to make sure that public transit doesn't mean like one of the little tiny bus stops in my town, where we have 5 of them, because they're not really mass transit. They're just, so.
Totally understand. I wish Rep. Calvert-Degraw was, I think she stepped out for a moment, but if she was here, she could better speak to it. But
Okay.
I'll relay the message that you're a yes with the reservation concerning the small bus stops.
Well, and yeah, just waiting for the final version of the bill.
Okay, sounds good. And as soon as it comes across my desk, I'll get it to you guys. The next one I have is proposed House Bill number 6812, an act redefining inclusionary zoning, and the motion was vote to draft.
So yes, let's vote to draft it and see what it looks like.
Alrighty. Then there was a voice vote on the other proposed House Bill, vote to draft as well.
Sounds good.
All right, moving along. Next we have House Bill number 7003, an act concerning planning and development, motion to JF.
How did that vote go?
There were 3 no's from some of the R's.
Okay, yeah, so yes.
Yeah, you know how some of them feel about placeholders.
Yes, I know.
Along that same line, House Bill number 7004, an act concerning municipal issues, motion to JF. No's from the usual suspects.
Thank you. I'm a yes.
Alrighty. Senate Bill 1342, an act concerning municipal agencies, motion to JF.
Which one is that? Is that that's not the Housing Authority bill, right?
It's another placeholder.
Okay, yeah. So again, all the placeholders are yes, subject to final, decision if these things make it to the floor.
Okay, the last thing I have is we did a consent calendar for quite a few items. So
yeah, you don't have to go through them.
Okay, perfect.
Consent calendar is fine.
Alrighty, thank you, Senator. Have a good one.
Thanks. I'm going to need. We have a new legislative aide coming in. Nate's leaving us.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's going to better. I couldn't say a better job because I'm terrific to work for.
I can imagine.
But a very good opportunity for him, and I'm very
Good.
excited, but I'm very sad. So
Yes.
what I'd like you to do is just do me a favor. He'll introduce you to Gina. Gina's new. She's onboarding today.
Okay.
Just make sure you get my cell phone number and Gina's cell phone number from Nate in case, I'm needed. Eleni has it also.
Okay.
But in case, I need you to send me your contact information. If for some reason I can't log in, I want to be able to shoot you a text while Gina's learning her way around.
Perfect. I will definitely be sure to get Gina's number and your number from Nate. And then when I have it, I'll send you saying it's me.
Great. Hope you're having fun.
Yes, such a ball. Have a good weekend.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Senator. Bye-bye.